Alrighty, I think this is working. Hello, I apologize. I was trying to get this yesterday, but I was just too busy over the weekend. Or just busy overall, so here we are. So I was just kind of brainstorming, what should I make? So I was thinking, I feel too constrained, honestly. Sci-fi is nice. You can have a lot of freedom with sci-fi, but you're limited to three things. You're limited to a person, a place, or a thing. Rather, I should do it like this. Which three is always a nice number, but it feels kind of constraining sometimes. Such as the world. You either make a character, a vehicle, or a object, like a house or something. Because I kind of just want to do things that are different. Which, it could just be a mix of the three. It's all finding of a mix. Like, it could be a vehicle as big as a house, or a person as big as a vehicle. It's just mixing it up that really where creativity comes from. In the true sense of the word. So yeah, that's the idea behind it. So I was experimenting with different styles. I think we'll go with this one for now, with colored edge styles. So as you can tell by the title of the video, this is going to be a sci-fi landscape. Because I was thinking, well, what haven't I done very recently? It's always vehicles, it's always characters. So the reason I avoid landscapes is because SketchUp is always used for landscapes and architecture. But I'm tired of going against the current, so we're just going to do that for once. And I hope you enjoy. Ah, hello. Yeah, sorry I read that too late. Just working away. I'm doing, fine, I suppose. Really, really busy. Way busier than I want to be, honestly. I sure hope that whenever the sparks actually start flying, I won't be too caught up with superfluous things, or I'm going to have to do a lot of culling. So, how are things going with you? Good, I hope. Yeah, so just making a sci-fi environment. For once, something nice. And everything sci-fi is always guns and tanks. It's good to make some nice things sometimes. So yeah, which reason I kind of shy away from it is because for the game they'll be modular, so making environments isn't always the most efficient thing to do in SketchUp, as in for the game. Whenever I get there, it'll be very efficient. I just have to plan it out ahead of time is the thing. And the storm. Uh-oh. That's scary. Uh-oh. Storm in Puerto Rico. Well, I hope you find a good safe spot to hide. Wait out the storm. Scary business. Yeah. Oops. It's going to go out very soon. Uh-oh. That's scary. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, bad business to be in. Yeah. Now, we don't get much weather here. It's very dry here. We got a lot more rain than usual, like a month ago, which people freaked out about it, but then it dried up within a day, so... Yeah, but monsoons and hurricanes, yeah, that's spooky stuff. Be sure to... Yeah. I'm not sure what precautions you'd have to take. I mean, that would be kind of annoying, just by straight up, if it's not dangerous, it would just be annoying losing power all the time. Yeah, I wouldn't, yeah. Wouldn't want to be in that situation. Left us for more than a year. Wow. What? How would you even... That's just... You can't survive without electricity. Well, I can't. That would... Yeah, not a good business to be in. Which is perfect. Like... Ah! The weather? So, I'm trying to think... I want it to have a dynamic weather system. I don't know how advanced it's going to be, because it's kind of a side thing. I'll put some thought into it, but yeah, I'm not sure if it'll have it in the prototype. But yeah, that weather kind of stuff is something I'd like to try. Hold on. Yeah, I have to get warmed up here. It's been a long day. It's been a long week. Before I was raring to go. Right now I have to Gotta warm up just a little bit. Yeah, dynamic weather system would be nice. Because it's all about immersion. So some random weather events would be really sell it. I mean, the whole atmosphere of it makes you feel like you're actually there. It's the little things. The water droplets on the ground, the humidity in the air. Makes you feel like the world is alive and breathing. I'll have to actually think about the ecosystem as well. Because, as in just the whole environment in general, because I know it's futuristic, I know it grows itself, I know there's a lot of complex mechanical forms, but the actual, how the world works at an ecology level, that's kind of vague, so I have to really get into that. Camera is isometric. Not for the game. No, the game will be, let's see. In SketchUp, no, the camera is not isometric. But in the game, it'll be 3D. You'll be a player in the game. Like, you'll be able to third person, first person. You can switch between the two. You're a character in the game. It's meant to be very immersive. It's not really a top-down kind of thing. There will be some RTS elements if you're a commander. But, yeah. By default, you're kind of running around as a person. You can also get into vehicles and stuff. It's an open world kind of game. It'll have interconnected maps where there will be kind of a loading screen, I think. At least that's what I'm predicting. I would like to have it seamless, but I doubt I'll be able to pull that off with what I'm trying to do. So yeah, it'll be pretty large though. So yeah. Yeah, not exactly top down. Well, the cool thing about it is though, so here's what I have planned in the near future. The first thing that'll have to happen for the game is the movement system. And the movement system is entirely, it's meant to be very free. Like you can go wherever like you want to very easily. Very easy to get around places. Yeah, indeed. Like, and also it'll be very unique as well. The movement system will be like nothing out there in the market currently. Because most of these games out there are like grappling hooks and wall running and just stuff like that, very generic. Copy-paste sort of stuff. And with procedural animation, people really make it so they kind of waddle around and stuff. For this one, it'll be kind of very dynamic, physics-based almost. I'll have to experiment if it'll actually be physics-based. And the idea behind it is it's very reactive. Like, you can actually bump into things. You can trip over things, which I'll experiment with gameplay for that. Very immersive. You'll be able to climb things, but it won't be like stringent, like how it is in Breath of the Wild, like, what do you call it? Zelda? Where you have a stamina bar or something. It won't have any... It'll have stamina, but it won't be like really limiting. You'll be able to get wherever the heck you want to very quickly. You also have a lot of vehicles you can call in. So it's a lot of freedom. You can really get around places. Also, it has to be very satisfying, as in cathartic. Because a lot of movement systems out there you see are like not very responsive. Like if you're standing on a rock, you're just kind of a capsule basically, kind of walking around. For this one, it'll be like you can have fun just by running around. And it won't be very complex either. Like a lot of movement systems out there that if they're They have a lot of depth for them. They're very complex. This one will actually have a lot of automation involved, where you can automatically vault things and go over stuff. But also at the same time, it's kind of skill-based as well, where certain inputs can really get you places where you want to go very fast, which will require a lot of trial and error, because this system will be very, what do you call it? Dynamic in its construction as well as the way it functions. So it'll be kind of grown, as will everything else with the game, because I have the high-level concepts laid down, and that's what matters when you take a proceduralistic approach. So it'll be very agile in its structure, where everything is kind of, I wouldn't say arbitrary, but it all kind of grows. And that's the key concept behind the game and everything. Like the whole storyline, how in universe as well. Because these mechanisms aren't constructed, they make themselves. So the game will be made in such a way where that can really shine at all levels. Which sounds kind of theoretical and stuff, but once it starts happening, it'll really start happening. Anyway, went off track a little bit. What has to happen here is this. So yeah, movement system comes first. There will be a lot of things, a lot of TLC involved. A lot of R&D as well. Indeed, I can't wait to see it either. Yeah, this will be everything that's missing in the current game market right now. I wouldn't even say market, just in the whole space. Because there's a lot of things missing. We're in 2022. We have the technology, we just don't have the vision. Because the people that are smart enough to make these kind of things are working for studios, which is tremendously unfortunate. And they're just trying to make ends meet. Hold up. I'm trying to think where I'm going with this. About movement fighting, which is pretty cool. Ah, yes, the overgrowth rabbit. Indeed, that is the holy grail of procedural animation for indie developers. That's where people usually start off, is with that stuff. Which is capsule-based. And it oscillates its feet based on its tread pattern or how far the distance involved, which is a very good system, very simple, very good way to start out and make something nice. Which I'm not sure if I'll actually utilize that type of system. Okay, what has to happen here is, yeah, because this one will be kind of its own thing that I'll have to research. And I'm really going to put a lot of cerebral effort into it to start off. So it's going to be, I should say, difficult, I think. Very esoteric kind of stuff. Yeah, it'll be its own homegrown thing. They say not to reinvent the wheel, which I'll just have to do some experimentation. For the prototype, it may be simplified. It may even use the overgrowth style thing. We'll just have to see. But it won't follow trends. It won't follow a lot of things. I don't want it to go upstream as well. It will be an amalgamation of different things. we'll explore creative branches. Let's see. This has to go like so. And yeah, I'll play it by ear. Like, a lot of this is just not set in stone. If something proves to be too complex, I'll back off immediately and start reconsidering it. Because time for action is now. The theoretic's gotta play a secondary role. As long as we're moving forward, we can't keep planning everything out. It will grow organically. But it requires me to be at my best. Okay, actually, hold on, let me take a swig of this monster quick. So, I got into a large discussion with my brother. He is the only person that really listens to me at a regular basis. He's kind of a brick wall, though. He doesn't really say much back. I usually use him as just a springboard to really narrate my ideas so I know precisely what's going on. Indeed, trial and error is the game. Because, yeah, I have learned that there's only so much planning you can do ahead of time for something like this when it's something new and something different, never seen before. There's only so much you can do. Oh yeah, I was talking to my brother. Talking to him about these ideas. So, I had that ultimatum for October, right? So, I started to think about that. What did I mean by that ultimatum? So, I have realized that it won't be some sort of mega epiphany where I start making massive models in a cohesive way. Because that's all base level stuff. I have to start from the bottom. So I have to actually restructure how I do things rather than what I do. And that's a matter of... So I have to shatter what I do to become what I'm supposed to be doing. That's how you move forward. So what's going to happen is I'm not going to immediately start working on the large projects. I'm actually going to restructure my habits, how to approach different things, stuff like that. Because it's one thing to say you're going to work on something. It's another thing to really restructure yourself to actually be able to do it. And I have to be very mindful of that. Because, sure, I have a lot of base level skill to pull this off, and I could definitely do it, but I have to do it. The structure manifests in the base level. That is my mantra. That is my theory of this entire game, actually. The complexity does not manifest. Hold on. What's going on here? Let me do this quick. The complexity doesn't manifest at the top level, it manifests at the bottom level. You're building it from the ground up, literally. Okay, so this has to change. Which, that sounds like overgeneralization. That's because I'm kind of simplifying it into offhand terms because I'm not quite there yet. I am getting closer to being able to cut to the meat of it and say exactly what it means. Because I haven't actually manifested it yet. That comes very soon. So yeah, trial and error is the name of the game. Because a lot of these mechanics and systems that I talk about where there'll be very advanced and different and etc., etc. I literally cannot imagine them, as in from a mechanical standpoint. From a top-down view, I can imagine how the movement system might work, but a lot of it will be emergent. And that's another reason why big studios really don't go for this kind of stuff, is because it's too risky on their part. Or not necessarily risky, but it won't end up with something they can predict, because they're all about those numbers and metrics. If they can't predict it, then it won't look good to their shareholders or their higher-ups. So this game will end up looking like something I can't even imagine. It'll be better than I imagine, I think. As far as I know, not making that a promise. But I will say that that's kind of how the approach works. Let's see, so what has to happen here? And it sounds kind of, how you say it, like a pipe dream. Pipe dream, maybe people would say got your heads in the clouds. Like, you can't just up and say, I'm gonna make something like groundbreaking and amazing. But the thing about it is, the way I view it is, if you declare your confidence in something and you know it might work if you put the effort into it, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because you'll know if you think it'll work and you know it'll work, then you'll put in the effort to make it work. That's the beauty of it. It's what you believe in is where it has strength. So I'm very confident it'll work. Confidence is key in this type of workflow. You can't just stop when you think you're done. And you can't just, yeah, it's complicated. You just need your own hype man. Indeed. Yeah, I don't want to overhype anybody, because it may end up being completely different from what I'm imagining. It'll be better because I have to adjust it to fit its parameters to be actually existing in any capacity, but better is a subjective term to a lot of people. Some people want to see things exactly as they imagined it. I am open to change. I am open to adaptation. That is the mantra of this game. And the thing is, I can imagine things all day long and I can make them, but they'll never end up precisely as I'm imagining. And that's another beauty of it, is people can't see what you're imagining. So to their eyes, you created something from the depths of your soul, and you had some sort of vision and you saw it and you made it. Which in reality, you didn't see it. It just happened on its own. So yeah, I'll be very quick to say, oh, it's not some sort of genius. It's just time and effort. That's it. That's the secret. Is that the one that did the No Man's Sky? Dude. Wow. Yeah. No Man's Sky, oh man. Overhyped. I mean, at least they fixed it. Which I really didn't bother with it, but... yeah. At least they fixed it. Stuck with their guns. I mean, they could have just up and said, taken the money and just ran. This is the one who did Fable. Oh. Oh man. I think I've heard of his nonsense. I guess I got a new binge thing to watch. Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out. I bet there's a lot of delicious drama in that. Yes, Fable. Honestly, Fable was a part of my childhood. I liked Fable. Every time I hear the sound effects from it, it takes me back. Indeed. Wow, overhype. Yeah, like, honestly, do not overhype a game if you know what it is. Like, and do not overhype a game if you have money being thrown at it. Like, the reason I can really up and say a lot of these things, all these theoretics, is because the game hasn't actually manifested itself yet. So I don't really have any qualms against it. Like, when things start actually happening, I will not overhype it. Like, I'll be very realistic in what's going on. Yeah, Fable was a good game. Indeed. Yes, I'll be very careful. And also, a lot of the gameplay trailers I'll make will be like in-game. What you see is what you get kind of thing. And the beauty of it is the in-game trailers will be very... They'll have a lot of appeal. Like, they'll look almost like they're pre-rendered, but they're actually in-game. So that'll be a lot of fun, making those. Because of the dynamics, that'll be really responsive. Let's see, this has to go like this. Wow. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. Let's see. I noticed I start talking a little bit less whenever I do more complicated things. I think I have to reallocate brain power towards it, I think. Interesting. Okay, what has to happen here is... Let me think for a second. Yeah, Fable was a good game. What else was a good game? Let's see. Which is kind of esoteric, but I was really a kind of a Maxis fan when I was growing up. SimCity, SimCopter, Streets of SimCity, that whole bit. Yeah, and The Sims as well. I was always a Maxis fan. So they have a lot of nostalgia value for me. Let's see what has to happen here. Ah, yes. But yeah, I won't overhype anything whenever it's actually happening. I'll be very concise in what's going to go down. Okay, what has to happen here? And yeah, I was thinking a little bit on the morphology. I really have to plan things out. I wish I were more knowledgeable. Because there's so many smart people out there that they know a lot about the world. I mean, that's where fictional worlds come from, is the real world. The more you know about the real world, the more you can make fictional worlds. And that's why I kind of struggle with trying to figure out the ecology of the world itself. Because my own little bubble, my own little sphere, is highly dependent on my proceduralism, and that's why the whole world kind of revolves around that idea, that concept, that paradigm, that model. Which is not bad in its own right, but then whenever you actually want to apply some sort of deep meaning to things, or make things that are palatable to other people that actually know how the world works, then you start to see the chinks in the armor of this whole paradigm. But I say, if you're going to lean into something, lean into it hard. Like, really branch it out, because for my entire life it's been very experimental, just doing a bunch of random things. Brutalism architecture. Ah, indeed, I do like brutalism architecture. Actually, just architecture in general. There'll be like several different types of architectures I want to draw from. Brutalism, what do you call it? Solar punk. I looked up solar punk, it's actually really cool. And also, yeah, Blade Runner stuff, all that good stuff. It'll draw a lot of... Also, traditional architecture as well, because one of the factions will be very traditional. Like medieval castles, and even just like regular houses you see, Victorian mansions and stuff. I have to do a lot of research. Let's see. But the beauty of it is... I keep saying the beauty of it, I wouldn't call it the beauty of it. My theory behind it is, the way I can do it is, what I've been doing is rely on what you know. And what I know is proceduralism, so... Hold up. Something ain't right. And the way that works is just by grinding it out. Like, let me open this quick. Like the castle. Let me just grab the... What do you call it? The reference. So, for example, I don't know anything about medieval architecture. Nothing. I don't know anything about it. But all I needed was some images. Like, I took this, and it became this. So that's a cool thing about it, is you can just grab an image and just replicate it, and suddenly you have that visual grammar in your head now. You can make medieval castles now. You have learned it just by a single image. And that's also with artificial intelligence, where you can just draw upon everything else to generate images and different structures and things. And that's exactly the approach I'm using. So I don't know how any of this works. You don't know you just don't have to know how it works. Sorry if I'm mincing my words. It's been a rough week. Indeed. Yeah, I like that whole idea too. So, yeah, that's the problem with it. I'm burning the candles from both ends because the game has to be planned from the top down, a lot of the mechanics and the things like that for world building. But, so yeah, I'm burning the candle from both ends. Because it's going from top down to bottom up. If that makes sense. For example, the whole concept of the in-universe stuff is based on the fact that everything grows from the ground. And that's from a sci-fi element called Spectra. And that sci-fi element only exists because of the art style, where everything grows from the ground. Like, it's not some sort of planned out thing. Most people plan it out from the top down. They take something they want to say about the world as it is, and then they create their own version of the world as it is. And that becomes its meaning. So the way I'm doing it is I'm assigning meaning after the fact. It exists first, and then the meaning is assigned. So... And that is kind of a difficult thing to do, because if you don't know much about the world, you can't assign meaning very easily. And that's why these rules start to become kind of arbitrary, but then they can become more complex because you have to follow these rules. They have to be consistent. And then you start painting yourself into a corner where everything has to match a certain something. And that was my fear. That's what I was fearing whenever I was deciding to do the ultimatum. But then I got into an intellectual discussion with someone at my college. Like, I actually talked to someone besides my brother for once in the last decade. And he said, I told him I was fearing something where I would have to make something that I don't know how to make. And he said, well, here's what you can do. You can treat it as, let's see, treat it as your own. Like, sure, some people will be off-put by it, but it's your own rules. And what I mean by that is for example, once again, I shall go back to the castle, because that's what's on my mind right now. Because for the ultimatum, I said I would refurbish this entire thing to make it modularized and inside the engine and much higher fidelity, but I don't know anything about medieval architecture. So how am I supposed to make something higher fidelity if I don't know the intricacies of the actual why it functions and why these things exist, these crenulations, etc. And I was thinking, well, it's a walking castle. Like, how many walking castles are there? Not many, I don't think, in real life. So, when they put it that way, does it have to make sense? Does it have to really make physical sense? Because you can just say, okay, well, this is in this world. This exists in this particular world. This is not meant to be Earth. We're not on Earth. So, when you put it that way, it's like, wait, okay. So all I have to do is continue to grow it using that proceduralism. So all I have to do is grab a new image, a higher fidelity image, and branch it from there. So all you have to do is it's kind of like fractal, it's fractal in nature. Once you have the grand overview, you can start focusing in on the details. All you have to do is look at these, copy it over, if you learn something from it, then good. Like, you can figure out structurally what this stuff means by looking at it. And that's all that matters. Like, people are just looking at this. They're not actually deciding if this is structurally feasible. No one cares. So that took the edge out of it. Now I don't really fear it anymore. And that is a huge thing. That's a huge thing to have whenever you're working on something large like this. Is if you fear it, you don't want to work on it. If you don't fear it, then suddenly you have power over it, and it no longer controls you. And you can really just speed model the thing and be done with it. And it can become whatever you want it to be. Like, for example, I used to fear this one. I used to fear this a lot. Like, I would touch this for half an hour and I would feel like, oh, I ruined it, and I just leave it alone. I think I have to be very careful with everything and make it very specific because it has to be functional, kind of, where everything moves and doesn't interpenetrate. Well, I don't fear it anymore. And that's gonna be very much faster. Like, I made this over a very long period of time. It took way too long to get to this point. And the rest of it will go exponentially faster now that I don't fear it. And that's the key. You have to maintain momentum with this way of viewing the world from the top down. I mean, from the bottom up. Opposite of top down. And that's why I move very fast when I'm modeling. I have to maintain that momentum. If I lose momentum, then it's things kind of get bogged down in the details. Because you have to make the large details and then the small details. If you start slowing down and making the small details, suddenly you have to branch out that fractalism to the rest of it. And then once again, you painted yourself into a corner. So that's why you have to maintain momentum. So let's see. And I apologize, I'm not at my best today. Just a really rough week. I wasn't able to plan this out, so I'm just winging it right now. If I were to be able to plan it out, I would have a much more structured approach. Yeah, because right now it's nothing comes to mind. I'm not in a flow. But here's how you get into that flow. It seems kind of a paradox whenever I say to maintain momentum, but if you lose that momentum, the way you have to get it back is to stop. You stop and think for a second. And it'll come back to you. The seeds are there. The proceduralism is there. Ah, yes, thank you. I mean, I have a lot to say. It's just sometimes I just have to unlock it. And yeah. I'm glad it helps. Which, yeah, once I actually get into the big stuff, it'll really shine. And I can really say for certain that it works, like, on the large things. Which I'm very certain it will. I just have to become more coordinated, more ready. Because I'm not ready yet, physically. I'm not physically ready yet. Because I need to think more. I need to become less chaotic. Because if you're chaotic in nature, you'll create chaos as your models. And your game, and your code, and everything. You must become more streamlined. When it becomes streamlined, you have to have a very specific goal to go for. And you have to know exactly how to get there. Not precisely the actual paradigms inside, but the whole forms. And the whole forms, I mean, like, for example, declaring I'm going to make a sci-fi environment. That is your goal. How you reach that goal should not be planned, like, in its granularity. I mean, it should be planned, but only, like, how to achieve certain forms. What forms actually happen is based on that proceduralism. So now I have to actually take a step back. The seeds are there. I have to think now and decide where this is going to go, because you have to have that goal first, and then you can start the proceduralism. It's kind of like generating with artificial intelligence. You have to figure out the prompt you're going to make before you actually let the thing loose. Let's see. I shall take a swig of my monster and confabulate. I believe we have our next goal. Because the way it works is, whenever you're working modular, your imagination should be modular. It should, yeah. I'll be back. Let me think for a second. Yeah, I'll keep giving advice. My train of thought. Yeah, because your imagination needs to follow what you're working on at the time. I know where we need to go with this. Let's get to it. So yeah, your imagination has to be modular. Whenever you want to decide your next move, you don't plan it from the top down if you're in the middle of the proceduralism. You have to trust the process. You have to trust yourself. That's like talking about the fear thing again. You can't fear it. Once you fear it, you've lost the drive. You must have strength over it. Ah, welcome back. Indeed. I was just saying that... Oh, never mind. I forgot. Duh. Hold up. Let's see. So now, we're gonna do some fancy stuff. Or not yet. But soon. We'll get there. Yeah, so the thing about the game is it'll be very vertical based. Like you'll be able to get up walls very easily. And a lot of their architecture is kind of arboreal. So yeah, very vertical. Fear is interesting feeling. Yeah. Yeah, fear is good sometimes, but in this approach, it's very not a good thing to have. You have to be very confident. It's all about confidence. Because confidence gives you willingness to do it, so. And that's just grit. Grit will get you through. You used skateboard, I love, hate, fear. Huh. Skateboard. Oh yeah, I tried skateboard before. Didn't go well for me. Ah. Love-hate relationship. Let's see. So what has to happen here is... I think we'll make these unique. Just for these ones. Yeah, kind of rife with inefficiencies right now. That's why I said you have to be combobulated, you have to be ready. I think what we'll do is we'll do this. Don't fear a set of stairs. Feel a joy would not be the same. Ah, indeed. You must feel yeah, you must feel sadness to feel joy. Indeed, the world is not one flavor, it's many flavors. Don't fear a set of... Indeed. That sense of accomplishment for doing something that you initially feared doing. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. You must feel the rain in order to appreciate the sunshine. I guess you could say it is part of the paradigm, I suppose. Like, you have to fear failure sometimes. Which I'm not sure how that balances out, actually. It's one thing to fear failure, it's another thing to be paralyzed by it. So what has to happen here? Aha. Yeah. Let me think for a second. We're gonna build this up. I don't normally use terrain tools in SketchUp because I'm usually just use them in what do you call it? Unreal Engine. Because that's where all the environment is going to happen. It's gonna be very modularized. It's not really gonna be in SketchUp at all, really. The buildings themselves, perhaps, but not the actual terrain. And also, I was thinking about experimenting with destructible terrain. I'm not sure how I'm going to pull that off. I had ideas. We're not making it. Makes me feel fear, not but be mercifully checkpoints. Yeah, so this one I plan on making it more of an escapism game. So it'll have a lot of challenges and things that you have to do, but overall it'll be very forgiving. Like, it's not going to, like, frustrate you for being difficult. This is not a frustration game. Quite the opposite. This is going to be a game that you can really feel good about yourself for playing. There will be some challenge. It scales a lot, though. Like, some of them, there's from the very bottom to the very top, as in the easiest to the most difficult, is very, very large. Like, for most games, it's, well, I mean, some games, it's kind of small. That gap is small. Like, easy is not as easy, but it's not super easy. And then hard is, like, not super hard. This one has a huge gap. Because a lot of the more challenging things will be very challenging, and a lot of the easier things will be very easy. It's kind of a wide net. Like, for example, some play styles allow you to just kind of lay around and make your house. Very simple stuff. Other game styles are like, you're facing down, what do you call it, massive armies and kind of things, and very difficult. Which I'll have to experiment with the actual optimization of the how many units you can have on the field. Because there's gonna be like swarms of machines that you have to fight. But I have to experiment with that. It'll be checks and balances. What can I sacrifice to make the game what it's meant to be? If I can't make a lot of units, then I'll focus on making good units, like advanced adaptive units with good artificial intelligence. Because the limitation I foresee is certain things like that. There's optimization. I can make very advanced systems, but then optimization is where I fall short. It's because I don't know C++ very well. And it's going to be blueprint based kind of, and blueprint is naturally kind of not efficient because it's actually C++ as modular network. So the gameplay will be very, how do you call it? Hold up. Very unique, but at the same time, I don't know how optimized it'll be. I want it to be very optimized. And that may be the bottleneck, so that may limit things. That's not the aesthetic I'm going for there. I think that this needs its color. This needs color. And this needs to go away. This needs to go like this. This needs to go like this. Or rather, like this. Explode, explode. It'll be Unreal Engine 5, because I'll be taking advantage of the Nanite and Lumen system. So yeah, that'll be good. That helps me a lot because this will have very dynamic lighting and stuff like that. I don't know how difficult, how optimized it'll be for the graphics cards as well. I don't want it to be too reserved for high-end systems. So we're just gonna have to really profile. That's why I said I have to be very combobulated, very precise, very careful. And that requires an entirely new change because I'm just not naturally inclined to be careful or optimized. Burning the candles from both ends. Because, yeah, it's going to be... Whenever they meet together is when things are going to be difficult, but also very... when things actually happen. The good stuff. The things that have meaning. Things that can actually be useful to the world. Because right now I'm doing it from the bottom, and that's it. No top level stuff yet. No advanced systems. Yeah, I think you'll be okay, definitely. I have a GTX 970 and it's just not good enough. I may have to get a new one before I can actually attack the castle in a meaningful manner. Okay, I'm just messing around with the little stuff right now. We need to start thinking about big stuff. We need to figure out... Hold on, hold on. I think a single glance at a futuristic city picture will give me the fuel I need. This AI is running out of seeds. That's another way of saying running out of ideas. Like, people don't run out of ideas unless they're missing just a little piece of something. It's very small. Creativity is actually very easy to trigger. Believe it or not. Okay, we're good. Just made train station. Ah, so... somewhat like that. This is more of a, what do you call it? A waterway, kind of. Hold on, let me think for a second. Indeed. That's physiological. Something's physiological. Oh yeah, so the thing about Zio. Here's a problem. I want this cross section like this. very quickly like this. And this needs to be 32 sides. Also, the thing is, if you're going to do geometry, do it over again. Don't try and fix geometry that's already there. And be very... It's much faster. Alrighty. Now, what we have to do... Grab these. Place it in. You have to connect these edges quick. Ah, that was weird. Try to put 1 billion instances in. I think I know what you have to do is you have to go to here. There we go. Good. Something like that. Don't think we need profiles. Alrighty. So what I was about to say. The name of an extension. Ah, so it was path. Let's see, what was it called? It is called Path Array, and that is from the extension called Sketchup Plus. And I believe that is a paid extension, but I know there's an alternative on somewhere that's for free. It does basically the same thing, if you're interested in getting that. It's good for making tank treads and things like that. Highly recommend, very useful. I actually got SketchUp Plus just for the deep select tool, which is like this, where you can just get inside components very fast. Yeah, so let's see. And here's another cool thing. Wait, no, that curves too much. So, in this game, you'll be able to go inside every building. And you'll be able to construct every building as well. No building in the game will be, how do you say it, pre-built. Like, there are no monolithic buildings. Every building will be modularized. Every building will be destructible. Every building will be enterable. Everything. Because it's all about player freedom. And the system will support that. Which sounds like a lot of how's that going to happen, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of performance profiling and stuff like that. If you keep your modules very organized, you should be able to pull that off. I honestly don't know why games haven't done it yet. The seeds are there, everything is there. You have everything you need. Everything is there. You have nanite, you have actor blueprints, you have prefabs, you have all these things. People are just missing the system. It's all there. Right for the picking. I don't know why AAA hasn't done it yet. You see so many games out there where their destruction system is just the apex default destruction, where everything collapses into a bunch of triangles, big chunks. Like, buildings don't break down into little big chunks like that. Buildings break down into their actual constituent pieces. Like, if you played Red Faction Guerrilla, like, that's actually how they would more function like. For these ones, they'll be more simplified. Like, they won't be like super physics-based like that. They'll be destructible, but they won't be like super dynamic. The buildings themselves won't be dynamic. The characters will. They'll just be very grand scale. Like, you'll have a lot of buildings being destroyed at the same time, kind of thing. And that's going to be quite the sight to behold, because you'll be taking out things with cannons the sizes, shooting, what do you call it, shells the size of cars, small buses. Okay, so... And I think that's also going to be part of the prototype, is that system. Because that's like one of the very baseline level things. Let's see. Like, a lot of things are optional. Like, I'll try to avoid certain things. Like having a lot of units on the field. That's not priority. A large amount of traversable structures is a priority, as well as large vehicles and machines. And the movement system. That is priority. Priority 1, actually. Okay, let's speedrun this. The bonfire is lit. More like this. Like this, perhaps. Or like this. Yeah, it'll be very, I don't want to overhype it. I keep saying all these big things like, it'll be amazing, etc., etc., etc. And that's one thing to build confidence, is another thing to just say things. But I see it. If you can see it, you have a seed. You have something you can work towards. What actually happens will be up. Will just depend on factors, external factors, physical factors. What actually happens is not inside most people's control. Anyone's control, really. And you have to embrace that. Yeah, that is on my mind. That's actually the only thing that's really on my mind usually, is how big it's going to be. And I actually do believe it will be big, like actual. And people can believe what they want to believe, because you can't plan everything ahead of time. But if it's anything like I plan it to be, then I'm going to have to be very careful. Very careful on how I approach showing it to others, because the cat will be out of the bag. I don't want to sound like hubris Sounds like a lot of hubris, but it's taken a lot of effort to come to this conclusions, and we will really hit it hard. I say be rest assured that I'm on the case. We'll get there. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it'll be... because this has been a very long project in the making. This has taken a lot of trial and error to get to this point. And I don't mean like modeling. Modeling is easy. Modeling is simple. Modeling is fun. I mean arriving to these ideas, these conclusions, how to approach certain things. I don't know what to make of it, like at a scientific standpoint. Like, I don't know, I can't find anything on it. Because it's more of an art than a science. But I want to really quantify what it means. Because you see all these people out there that are very business oriented, they're crunching their numbers. They're trying to assess risk and they're trying to figure out what's the best approach to do certain things. And I bet if I asked them about this, they'd immediately say, well, obviously you don't know. You can't predict what's going to happen. Well, yeah. Well, certainly you can't. You certainly cannot. That's why I have to really focus on making it beforehand, because you can't just go into Kickstarter and say, fund this idea. People don't fund ideas. Everyone has an idea. Ideas are cheap. But this one is, I wouldn't say it's an idea. It's almost, what do you call it? It's much more than an idea. It's a being, an essence, kind of. Very different. Like, this one's going to be practically applied. Another thing to keep in mind is a lot of people, they think they have the key to the world. And they're just, what do you call it? Trying to make sense of things when there's nothing to make sense of. Like, you see it all the time. You see people that are out there making really advanced things, like their own software systems and stuff like that. But they are like they're crazy. They're crazy people. It is not what you do, but what you say you do. I mean, that's good for advertising. Say what you did, not what you do. Ah, I get it. Yeah, that's what my brother said. Like, I try to talk to him about this kind of stuff, but then he's like, okay, don't tell me, show me. Show me it. Do you have any evidence of this? He's very practically minded. And I respect that. I wish I was... I need to get minded. And it's just the problem is, I have to fix the combobulation because it's highly dependent on a lot of factors. But we'll get there. It requires you to be at your best, kinda. Because, okay, another thing is, with this approach, it's top down and bottom up. With top down, you can just plan it ahead of time, and then you can work on it from there. We're willing to be lied as long as you give them a show. Well, this is the show. I wouldn't call it a lie, though. Yeah, I wouldn't. Like, people will, oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a lie. More like they'll listen to what you have to say, whether you're lying or not. If it's entertaining. I mean, that's the whole, what do you call it? That's the entire appeal of YouTube. You see so many YouTubers out there where they'll just say whatever the heck they want to. It's not even a lie a lot of times, it's just trash. It's like benign things. They can turn very benign things into very interesting things just by talking about it. Which I find, I mean, that's how they do. Ah, yes. Have you seen the movie called Prestige? In that movie, there's a guy, he does magic. And there's a machine that... Oh, I won't spoil it. But yeah, that's what it reminded me of. Like, people want to see magic. They don't want to see, what do you call it? Science and technology doing things that are actually advanced. They want to see things that are entertaining. They want to be entertained. They want that sense of wonder. They want to be like, what do you call it? They want to wonder about things. They don't want to be told what's going on. They want that magic. It makes life worth living. Because if they know the secret behind something, then what's the point of it existing? If it's not practical. Which, a lot of things have a good point of existing just because they're practical, but then they don't actually have magic behind them. Case in point, AAA. Ah, good. Yeah, I like that movie. My brother recommended it. Okay, this one is different right here. This is a special place right here. This one is going to be like so. Yeah, and that's another thing that's going to manifest inside the system is the sense of wonder. A lot of things that happen in the game will be very, how should I say it? They're like Easter eggs, kind of. But they're not the kind of Easter eggs that normally occur in normal games. Like, most Easter eggs that occur nowadays are like just references or memes or something like that. Like, haha, here's an allusion to real life. Allusion. And it's like, well, okay, that's nice. But for this one, it'll actually have a lot of, what do you call it? Things that happen inside the game that are not explained. Kind of like spooks. Like, in GTA 4, or not GTA 4, San Andreas, there's like different little things that happen that are very rare. Or like on Battlefield, where the rare reload animations. There'll be a lot of things like that, where there's like very subtle things that happen only 1 in 1,000 times. Or all, things like that, kind of. This will be a very exploration-based game. That sense of wonder that the game is lying to you. It's about world building. It's be very immersive. There will always be in-universe reasons for things to happen. Gameplay and otherwise. It's very... It's that sense of wonder. Because you just don't see that enough. Because a lot of games out there, they're like, they have Easter eggs, sure. But they don't have, like... And they have rare things that happen, like the reload animations and stuff like that. But that has no real in-universe reason, like... They're just kind of little funny things on the side. This one will keep you on your toes, kind of. Like, you just don't know what you'll find. Yeah, very fun things like that. Let's see, we want this to be like so. Not quite. I'm trying to use this, what do you call it? This tool right here. Slow it down a little, 500, 500. The sense of wonder is done great on an indie called Journey. The only clue they gave you was the mountain. Journey. Yeah, I'll look that up. Sounds interesting. I think the game I was looking at was Outer Wilds. I want to try that out. That sounds like fun. Yeah, Journey. Is that a walking simulator? It sounds like one. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I'll look it up. Sounds good. Journey. What type of game is it? Is it like a walking simulator? Is it a puzzle game? Yeah, a lot of those puzzle games are kind of like that, actually. They have little things about them. Good fun. Right here. Ah, music. Yes, indeed. I have a good amount of music already. But I'll probably need more. I'll have to find artists. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll look. Journey. This goes like this. This is you exploring the desert. Interesting. Ah. Desert, yeah. That sounds like fun. I haven't really played a whole lot of new games lately. Not sure why. I guess I'm just really jaded right now. Because none of the games out there, they're all really good, honestly. There's actually good games out there. They just don't offer what I'm looking for. They don't offer that experience that's always in my mind every day. which I hope to alleviate very soon. But yeah, I really need to start trying new games, do some new things. That'll be fun. No, it's not the aesthetic we're looking for. I need to become more combobulated, like, yeah. There's so much improving that has to happen. I'm just not where I need to be. And the key to that is to break yourself. You have to destroy what you've become. You have to tear it down to the base elements. You have to become who you were meant to be by shedding who you are. And if that means going back to square one, then that's what may happen. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be square one, because I'm going to focus on practicality, and that will be square one. And yeah, success will be exponential, but the game itself will happen actually very quickly, because prototypes, they really don't take long, honestly, to actually get something on the screen moving. And I'm going to be moving very fast with it, maintaining that momentum. I don't know how long it's going to take to get to the actual real full game that I'm imagining, but the prototype itself will not be very long. It's just so I have proof that something works. But yes, very careful. I have to be very strategic. It's all about strategy now. Yeah, I have to burn the candle from both ends. Now what has to happen is... Oh, let's take a little, what do you call it? A little reality check quick. And what I mean by breaking down what you've become, I mean like starting over with the software you use and stuff like that. I'll never stop using Sketchup because it's just a good tool. But you have to think about what tools are actually effective for certain things. Whenever it comes to architecture, I'll probably be using this to create the actual modules for the structure system. And in a very more free way, not stringent, based on what I think is going to work. It'd be very modularized, very experimental. It's kind of kit bashing almost for creating the architecture. Is the path of least resistance. So I won't be like, I'll have to speed model a lot of things at first. But I get to that point. This goes like this. Let's see. Oh, speaking of deserts, there'll be multiple biomes. One will be a desert, one will be steppes, one will be tropical, one will be snow, one will be craters, one will be... There'll be multiple interconnected maps, each with their own biomes. It'll be interesting as well because they're not natural biomes. Like, for example... Like, for something like this, it could be kind of warm and temperate close to the ground, but then up top it's actually very cold, like snow and stuff. There'll be a lot of thermal updraft pools and stuff like that, so whenever you have a winged vehicle and you're flying around, you can use it to your advantage to gain some altitude. Very vertical based. You'll have a lot of aircraft as well. And the aircraft will actually be very... How should I see it? Reactive as well. Everything will be very reactive. If you lose a wing, you'll start flipping over and stuff. Not physically based, like it's not advanced. Like it's not real life kind of thing. But it's kind of like GTA almost. I mean, not like... You know how in GTA 5 you lose a wing and you start pitching in a certain direction. But for this one, you won't be able to take off so short runways and stuff like that. But the vehicles will be very high performance as well. Let's see. Oh, another thing will be cool is if you crash into something, like with a plane, it'll actually be very chaotic. Because in most games, when you crash a plane, it kind of stays in one piece. Like, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Or if it doesn't stay in one piece, like in War Thunder, it just kind of explodes into a bunch of just whatevers. But for this one, if you crash into something, you almost disintegrate. You'll just take it out. You'll actually implode into the building. You'll see your plane actually fly into it and carve a hole out of the building based on your velocity, and you're basically vaporized. It'll be very destructive like that, kind of. Very crazy. It'll be a lot of fun. There'll be multiple levels of destruction. You'll be able to vaporize things, you'll be able to disintegrate things, you'll be able to... I'm not sure about melting, that may be beyond what I need. We'll just have to see. Okay, what this needs... Just a lot of busy work, honestly. That's why I don't really want to do a whole lot of environments. Characters and vehicles are more fun. Sketchup is too good at architecture to use for architecture. If that makes any sense at all. Not what I'm going for. Something like this. We need a splash of color in there is what we need. I mean, I can talk all day on what the games I'm planning on having for it. Whenever we get to that point where it's actually happening. This will be the fun part. We'll just go very general with this. We don't need it to be perfect, I don't think. Not right now. Let's see. See as well. Trying to think for a second. I think I've said this before. Also going to do trees and plants. Actually, that is a very good question. So, I don't know if it'll actually have plants or trees. It'll have the equivalent of, or some kind of equivalent. I don't know specifically if it'll have real plants. Because, okay, here's the lore behind this whole universe, kind of. This planet is a very mechanical planet. Because the machines are growing out of the ground and stuff like that, a lot of the things you'll encounter are basically like mechanical blooms of machines. Like things that look like they were constructed, but they're not actually constructed. And some really massive stuff. Like these kind of formations and stuff. Like you'll actually see things that look like buildings, but they're actually formations. So that's kind of what the plants will be like. They'll be kind of just formations of mechanical trees almost. But they're not really going to be a lot of like biomass trees. Because once again, this planet isn't really meant to be a actually evolved planet. Like the oxygen is actually being synthesized by those mechanics rather than actual plants or anything like that. It's a very unnatural place. But a lot of places will look natural even though they're not. Like, kind of like Halo. Like where the whole thing is a construct. It looks natural but it kind of isn't. Kind of like that. Except it wasn't constructed at all. It grew like that. It grew these mechanical forms. And that's why I'm going to weigh heavily into proceduralism. Or like procedural generation. Because these forms, they grow like that. Might as well make them so they grow themselves. I have the capability to do that. I just have to get very concise in how it works, which is going to be difficult. Because I don't know much about the real world. Mechanics and physics. Excuse me. Yeah, not going to be easy. Ah, yes. Oh yeah. I remember my Halo days. Indeed. I don't want to toot my own horn. They used to call me Aimbot, is what they called me. I joined a clan, and that's what people were saying. Aimbot! And that became my tagline. It was glorious. Just three-shotting people with the pistol all day. Wonderful. Yeah, back in the day. Aimbot. Let's see. Oh yeah, I played Halo so much. Yeah. It was, yeah, good times, good times. I remember the first time I played Halo was this demo disc we found, or we had. All it had was a silent cartographer on it. And that's it. That's the only map it had. And I played that mission so many times. I want to say like, what, 50, 60 times. Like, maybe even 100, or even more. I don't know, a lot. I kept playing that same mission over and over and over again, because that's all we had. I was obsessed with it. Kind of like how my dad said he watched the first Star Wars like over a dozen times. You just get obsessed with it. Actually, I think I have it on hand. I mean, Silent Cartographer is iconic. Zombie costume on my game. Ah, it doesn't ring a bell. Zombie costume. I don't think I remember that one. I'd probably remember it if I saw it. Like, here's the Silent Cartographer right here. I used to mod Halo, actually. I would make the pistol shoot grenades, and I would make it so you run around, you can walk on walls and stuff. Good times. You should see the things they're making now on YouTube, like all the mods they're making for Halo. Cursed Halo mods. Oh, zombie custom online game. Oh, yeah! Now I get it. Indeed. That was fun. I think, yeah, they're doing that in, what do you call it? Master Chief Collection. They're doing the zombie stuff. You can shoot zombies and things. Indeed. Good times. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I were still into doing Halo stuff, I'd be making those cursed mods. Just fun stuff. And this was this was a long time ago I was working with this. I was very impressed by the geometry. Like, this was all 3ds Max, I believe. And it's very interesting. The entire map is one solid chunk of geometry. Like, that it's not modularized or anything. It's just one massive binary space partition. Very interesting. The normals aren't even correct sometimes. Not sure the specifics on it. Very interesting. Which I was wondering if I should make environments like this, where it's one solid mass. And that feeds into a different modeling paradigm, I think. Indeed. It's very interesting. I was so obsessed with it, I had to get it downloaded. Very wonderful. Let's see. I remember it. Yeah, Halo is my main inspiration, actually. This is kind of the spark for everything. Why it's futuristic flavored. All that good stuff. It'll have a lot of Halo influences. Let's see, where were we? Silent Cartographer. This one doesn't look as detailed by comparison. The interesting thing about it is how that thing is modeled into one solid chunk. And that's kind of how I order, like, how things are made. Like, in one way it's granular, in one way it's holistic, in one way it's modular. Which I really made a lot of theories on this, but I couldn't find any scientific backing for it. I just don't know if it's what people make of it. Because if you modeled it, the Silent Cartographer, you would model it this way, as in holistic. It kind of grows, it's one solid mass kind of thing. That's what AIs use to generate images. Then there's the modular approach, and then there's the granular approach. Modules, you're throwing modules around. Granular is you're building it directly. Yes, Halo's favorite game. Indeed. I also played, what was it called? Battlefront on Xbox. That was fun. I mean, I'm still playing it on, what do you call it? The Master Chief Collection. Mostly Halo Reach. Halo is still alive and well. I'm kind of not convinced on Halo Infinite, though. I mean, a lot of people aren't convinced on Halo Infinite. It seemed, okay, here's my gripes about it. I think the art style is too clean. It looks almost like a car showroom. Everything's very, polished and shiny, and it's kind of, I don't know what to make of it. It's too futuristic, kind of, which is a futuristic game. To call it too futuristic might seem weird, but that's how I view it. Too polished. Not enough grunge, not enough detail. Which, that's not the worst approach. I'd rather that than too complicated. They really leaned into what made the first Halo good. Make it simplified. And make it just a little bit higher fidelity. But then for me, it doesn't quite work. I just don't know. Something's off. It's kind of that uncanny valley where it's simplistic but complicated. But yeah, it's not bad. I mean, but the only thing they really added was a grapple hook. Which, that's kind of a massive overgeneralization, probably. I bet there's a lot of different things in there. But no, yeah, Halo's good. I'm still playing it. But okay, here's one of my pet peeves. I'm gonna ruffle some feathers here when I say this. This is a hot take. I don't like grapple hooks. Fight me. I hate grapple hooks. Grapple hooks are dumb. Grapple hooks are just so overused. Everyone and their dog has grapple hooks. Grapple hooks here, grapple hooks there. Everyone is grapple hook. Sure, it's fun, but then it's just so unoriginal. Everything is grapple hook now. When people can't think of a cool movement system, they immediately say grapple hook. And it's just, my eyes gloss over every time I see a grapple hook. I hate them. It's just a personal thing. It's just yeah, I don't know. I guess it's because it goes really against my entire idea of what the game should be. Because I want it to be as original as possible. Something new, something that no one's ever seen before. And then every time a grapple hook comes to mind, it just makes me feel, ugh. Grapple hooks. I don't know. It's kind of a dumb little thing. They're probably alright, honestly. Like, if someone put it in their game, I wouldn't, like, bash them for it. I'd be like, yeah, you go. You get that grapple hook. Make it good. It's just not original. Which, hot take, that's a hot take. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there that have grapple hooks in their game. And I say, you do what works. If that works, it works. And here's another thing. They're adding grapple hooks to Destiny now. Oh my gosh. Everything is grapple hooks. Well, truth be told, they may have a equivalent of a grapple hook. It won't function the same at all. It won't be a personal grapple hook. It will be on a mech, I believe. Let's see if I can find it. Nasty grapple hooks. Let me open this up. So I was thinking about it. Do I want a grapple hook in my game? Not in the strict sense of the word. But I was thinking it might be beneficial for some specific gameplay instances. Because, for example, mechs like this would benefit greatly from a grapple hook to actually grab machines and to swing off of buildings, because this one will be very mobile. Like, if there's a building, it can, like, grapple hook on, and then it could, like, not really necessarily winch its way up like normal grapple hooks, but just, like, kind of swing around to get around places. And also, if there's, like, a machine on the ground that's too small for it to grab, it can just grapple the thing and then into its grabbers. So there are gameplay pieces you can put in there that are at least a little bit original enough that you can justify them to exist. It won't have a grapple hook for the character, I don't think. Which, I can't predict what's going to happen, so don't come back to this and say, you put in grapple hooks, you monster. It's just, I just don't like grapple hooks. Whether or not it'll actually have a grapple hook, I'm not sure. So yeah, but actual customization to put in a grapple hook. Another thing is, this is kind of its own, what do you call it, class of machine. This is called the Brawler. There's going to be 12 classes of mech. And that's based off of the whole paradigm as well. For the top, bottom, down kind of thing, 12 is actually a magic number in this game. There'll be 12 main characters, there'll be 12 biomech characters, there'll be 12 mech subtypes, and 12, what do you call it, gameplay loops to maintain cohesion and stuff like that, which is kind of a can of worms. I'll explain that sometime in the next devlog maybe. So this one's the Brawler, and another one, let's see. I was planning on this mech right about here. This is also the same subset as this mech right here. This will be a character in the game. A long time played Star Wars. Scrap hook to take down massive four-leg machine. Ah, yes! The AT-ATs versus the, what do you call them, snow speeders. Indeed, indeed. That's one way, that's actually the unique way to use a grapple hook, honestly. I like that. So this one's the same subset as this one in terms of gameplay. This is a mech, but this one's an actual character. And this guy actually has grapple hooks in his arms. Like, that's his thing about it. But he won't actually use it to actually run around and do stuff. It's just for grabbing things, really. It's not for mobility. What grinds my gears is whenever a grapple hook is used for mobility, I guess. Because every game does it. You're swinging around like Spider-Man, basically. Let's see. Back to what we were doing. Let's see. Ah, AT-ATs, indeed. I remember those. Star Wars can't put them down. They're everywhere. I was actually comparing the size of an AT-AT to some of the machines that will be in the game. Like, let's see. I keep opening this. Like an AT-AT will be around to this one. This is about, let's see, 130 meters tall. An AT-AT is only about yay tall to it. Like when you see an AT-AT in the movies, this is how tall it'll be, kind of. So imagine that. An AT-AT about yay size. If you can't see it, let me see. I think an AT-AT is like, what, 80 meters tall? 60 meters tall? I forgot. Oh, that's only 40. I mean, I remember putting it next to it and it was about yay size. So that thing could run it over and break it. Yeah. A bit overkill, maybe perhaps. Don't remember how big it was precisely. Which, this isn't a contest. It's just a thing. Honestly, if Star Wars technology existed in this universe, it would be overpowered. Because they would have orbital bombardment and stuff like that. A weapon that can annihilate an entire planet. Yeah, it's pretty crazy big. I guess what they could counter orbital bombardment with is, what do you call it, the geocannons, because they have a lot of these things. Like these giant weapons. This one is about, how tall is this? Around 120 meters tall. The barrel size would be around 5 meters. 5 meter wide shell, it's 15-foot wide shell. And they can go into space. So they could shoot down Star Destroyers. Let's see, actually. I'm interested. I'm curious now. Let's grab this thing. Let's see if we can copy it over. How big would this thing compare to a geocannon? I don't think this is to actual size right now. Okay, I'm gonna look it up real quick. How large is a Star Destroyer? Length is 1,600 meters. The thing is huge. Okay, you thought the beast was huge. This is a lot bigger. Let's see, 1,600 meters would be a lot. Let's change the model info to meters. That's like more than a kilometer. Let's see, 1,600. Wait, what? Oh, okay. No, that's about the size of it. That's how big a Star Destroyer is compared to a geocannon. It would take at least a few shots to take that out. At least a couple. One shot to the bridge, maybe. You're lucky. The shells can be steered midair, so it could potentially hit one. I have an animation, actually, very old, back in 2011, I believe, on my channel, if you look for it. It's where we're actually facing... Let's save this. Let's see if we can find our spaceship. Go to models. This ship right here. Oh, it's one massive chunk. Can't have that. Let's see, go back to documents. This one is about, let's see. I bet that seems about right. Yeah, it's about right. It's much smaller, definitely. Like in the animation, this is what this one is fighting. With truth be told, I believe. This one's not quite as big as the other one. Let's see if we can find that one. The actual orbital one, let's see, that would be about yay big, kind of. This is the one that's actually on the moon, so it's a lot larger. Yeah, it's much larger than that. That's about yay big. This one's actually really, really big. Only about game design and development. Interesting. Yeah, that'd be very niche. That'd be fun, though. On Facebook. Oh, wow. Cool. I'd join it. Post some things. I'm on the Sketchup Facebook group as well. I posted one thing. I haven't posted anything else. I probably should post more. I just don't like posting things around because I don't see a use for it sometimes. Because this is not my best work. Nothing is my best work. I like to be proud of things, but then it's just not my best work. To be shown to the grand world. Truth be told, nothing I've made is my best work. Nothing. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, let me know. I'm not sure how you can reach me. I really need to make something. I need to make a website is what I need to make. Let's see. Actually, I think I'll save this. It's fun to compare sizes. So let's go back to what we're doing. Which, yeah, I haven't really done a whole lot of game stuff yet. Whenever that starts happening, that'll be really good. Okay, this is really looking really rough, honestly. So we're going to, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make it so this is like so. Making YouTube videos. Ah, cool. That'll be fun. Yeah, looking forward to it. Lots of fun. Which, honestly, I'm not the best YouTuber, really. At all. In the slightest. I don't have very many... I'm not very consistent. I don't have very high-quality videos, to be honest. Once again, nothing is my best work. I'm not proud of the videos I make. I don't think other people are either. As in, the ones I make. They really don't get a lot of views. Which is... It's pretty obvious why. They're just not good. So, yeah. I hope you'll be more successful than I have. But we're getting there. Because, yeah, like I said, nothing I've made so far is my best work, and that's all physiological. I just don't have the time or the mind to do a lot of things that I'm trying to do. Like, I'm not, like, combobulated. I'm not, what I would say, ready. But very soon, I'm going to start making time rather than finding it. And it's going to be very... Things are going to change very quickly. Very quickly indeed. That's actually pretty cool. And the quality will go up. Because I was talking to someone very smart right before I went to school. She actually told me how to go to school and stuff. And I was telling her that everything I have made, I am not proud of. As in at a grand scale. At a tactical scale, yes, I am proud of the little things I've made. Because everything I've made has been little. Even the beast is little. The beast is nothing. I have power over it. I can finish that no problem. It's a sum of its parts. Even the starlight I made. Let's see. For example, this one. Like, I pasted around all over the place and stuff. Like, I am proud of it. And in a tactical sense. Like, I'm proud I made it. I'm proud it exists. But it's not my best work. I can do better. I only did this in less than 10 days. Could you imagine making something of the same fidelity and putting in like 30 days, 90 days, a year into a single model? Now that I know what I'm doing, because the beast took like more than a year, 2 years, 3 years. The beast is just festering. But now that I know how to make models, I can just finish it like nothing. A lot of untapped potential. That's why I consider nothing to be my best work. My best work as in what I physically can do at the moment, not what I potentially could do. There's a lot of potential. I could really be making a lot of these things. Like I could make one of these per week, maybe faster. One per day would be excellent. If I actually went into the procedural dynamic systems and make a system for creating them, like using Blender geometry nodes or making the procedural generation inside Unreal Engine 5, like kit bashing different things, and not even just kit bashing, like actually creating the geometry through code Indeed. Yep, it'll keep evolving. Because I don't... So, okay. I don't want to toot my horn too much. Like, because people like it when you're humble. Like, people want to hear that you are, what do you call it? Similar to, like, they're at their level. Like, people want to hear you make small things and be proud of the small things. And whenever you start talking about big things, it kind of people are like, well, you don't have any proof of that. You're just speaking, you're just making that up. You're just trying to sound high and mighty. So what? You made this cute little model. I bet a lot of people out there can make something like this easily as well. I wouldn't call it easy. This was difficult to make. Don't get me wrong. This was difficult. This was work. This one hurt. But the idea is, I'm going to say it now. Things like the Beast, things like this Starlight, these complex models that have a lot of this detail, these will happen exponentially faster whenever I become what I'm meant to become, reach my, what do you call it, full potential. Because this is my skill, this is what I was meant to do on this planet. And it's my, what do you call it, my responsibility to reach that potential. This will be, yeah, it'll be much more, what do you call it? Imagine one of these every few weeks. The same fidelity, the same dynamicisms, the same level of detail, the same, except usable in the game. Every few weeks. That's the speed I'm going for. Like all this speed modeling stuff, that's not where the truth is. The devil is in the details. That's where the truth lies. These models are actually not, they're just bastardizations of what I'm trying to do. These are little things. This is little. This is small. This is not the end goal. If you locked someone in a room long enough, they could probably make this. Probably even better than me. So I'm trying to transcend this right now. Because I have power over it now. I just have to transcend it. But I don't have power over this environment. Because I'm being too, should I say, cautious. I should throw caution to the wind. Because once you make some things that follow your own rules, once you find your paradigm, you become almost an unstoppable force, because you can just make things that match what you think is truth, and at a very high rate of speed. But that's going to require pain, restructure, I don't want to sound high and mighty. People will be like, you just, ugh. People don't like that. They don't want like people that talk big. They want people that are humble, that talk small. If you look at the descriptions of YouTube, like people they put in their descriptions, it's very short, like I make art, or I'm a down-to-earth fellow that makes things. That's what people like. So that's why I hesitate to say things like this. But then, yeah, when I'm streaming the filter, I lose the filter. I don't want to sound high and mighty. I just feel like I have a responsibility. It's a responsibility. Someone has to do it. Because if I don't, no one else will. It's too esoteric. The function... People don't see the function in it, like how can you make money off of it, etc., etc. Like making really complex models. And people will be like, well, I can make complex models really easily. And they kit bash it. Yeah, certainly. I don't doubt it. It's just, yeah, keep evolving. The truth will manifest itself. Whatever the truth may be. Only through great effort. And I haven't actually done that yet. I mean, sustained effort. I've done great effort. I know what it means to do things. But I mean, like, sustained effort for things that matter. Things that, like, will actually add something to the world. It'll get there. Yeah, right now it's all very little stuff. Very small, very simple, very... little things. Things that I can do without thinking. Anybody can make these kind of models, I feel. That makes it accessible, palatable, entertaining. It's the really big stuff that has my attention, though. That's why I probably won't spend forever making models, I don't think. Once the big things actually start happening and true potential has been reached. What I'm meant to be doing at this point. And yeah, I wouldn't call it... It's simpler than it sounds. Once I have the ability to boil it down to what its basic form, like I can say in layman terms what it means, then I'll know I actually reached it. Because right now I explain it in a very complex way. If you can explain something simply, then you know that you know it. If you explain it very convoluted, then that means you haven't quite got it yet. Hold up. This goes here. Oh. Got a problem here. I think we should go like this. Anyway, I think we'll go like this maybe. Yeah, once I can explain it simply, then I'll know I've reached what it's meant to be. And now, where this has to go is, we must make stuff. But not simpler, I think that was the quote. Explain it simply, but not simpler. Interesting. Indeed. Explain it simply, but not simpler. Yeah, I mean, it's a very complex subject. Even when you boil it down. Because it's just so esoteric. That's the reason, probably why no one's actually gone down this path yet. It's just so specific. She made it simple, but not simpler. Indeed. As simple as possible, but not simpler. Indeed. That's probably also how I'm going to approach the game as well. Like, I have to include certain aspects, certain dynamics, certain gameplay elements that have to be there. But then if they prove to be too complicated to pull off, then I'll just have a simpler proxy for it. Like, simplify the actual execution of it. It still exists, but it's not as advanced. Indeed. Yeah, we'll get there. I need to become more... There's just so many unknowns still. Too many inefficiencies, too many discombobulations. We'll get there. Yeah, but we're on the right path, though. Or, yeah. It's getting closer. It's getting very close. Once it starts happening, it'll really start happening. It'll be exponential. As in compared to what I'm used to. I can imagine some people are naturally like this. As in they are combobulated, they know what's going on at all times. At least I think, I don't know. It's difficult to say because I just don't know people in general. I'm too cloistered. I haven't experienced many life lessons yet from other people. Everything I say and do is original research. And also just from an outsider looking in, kind of. Which creates very original standpoints and something perhaps different that could be added useful. But then at the same time, I don't have a lot of pieces. I'm missing a lot of pieces. There are problems. Many problems. Do you want to try it out? Try what out? The quote? Talking to people? I would certainly like to try to talk to people. I mean, that's why I'm going to the base camp for Sketchup. That'll be fun. Actually meeting people. Actually, that's why I started college as well. Because I needed to speak. I needed to talk. I needed to become... I needed to break out of the shell. To do away with everything I've become. Become uncloistered. Already. Yeah, I'll continue working. I shall be here when you come back. Well. Oh yeah, I save very often. I don't take chances. Every time I use a tool that I think might crash, I always save. I'm very particular about my saves. Yeah, I've never lost a save file. Ever. I don't allow it to happen. Yeah, save often. Indeed, indeed. Hold up. Something went wrong with my style here. There. Already? Perhaps like this. Up on here. Just a little bit. Yeah, it'll get there. I really wish... Something I lament is I don't have anyone to talk to about intellectual things, theoreticals, exploring the psychology of art. I'm just not around the right, like, I'm just not, don't have enough. They're up in their ivory towers. But, yeah. I am glad. Streaming is fun, though. Lets you say what's on your mind. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, because I'm talking to my brother a lot. He's the one that sparked this entire thing. Actually. Oh, that's a subject, actually, I'd like to talk about. So, the person that introduced me to SketchUp was my brother. Like, he was making... Let me see. He was making stuff like... Let me load this up. As soon as my hard drive decides to load. He was making stuff like this, like mechs. And because we discovered Google Earth, and we found SketchUp, and he was making these things, and I got really jealous, so I tried to one-up him, make stuff, and he's the one that got me into SketchUp. This one's mine right here. So yeah, he got me into SketchUp. And what else? And the reason I brought that up. So he's the only person I talk to about these things. About the game and all that stuff. But he's not very receptive. Like, he's kind of a brick wall when it comes to it. He doesn't really reciprocate. I'm just glad he listens. And another reason I brought that up is because he's the seed to everything. Like, he started this entire thing. And I don't mean like literally, I mean like metaphorically as well. Because this universe wouldn't exist without his music. He used to make music. And I listen to it very often. Music's actually going to be part of the game. That's actually the seed to this entire universe, is that music. Because whenever you don't have... The thing about proceduralism is it goes off of seeds. Like, you need a seed, like a reference. You need an image. You need a goal. You need something to replicate. And with music, you have something to replicate. You have something in your mind's eye. You have a... What do you call it? Something in your head. And that's all I had whenever I started using SketchUp, was his music. So it's actually, that's everything. Which I don't know if I have any on hand. Because it set the tone for the whole universe. Like most people, whenever they make something, they make it targeted, or bleh. They make it for a specific purpose. Or they're trying to make money, or they're trying to make something that's fun, or they see something they want to replicate, or they see something that they see a void in the world that they need to fix. And that's where the reason for their projects come from. I mean, what they base it off of. Basically their art style. And for me, when you're in a sensory bubble, sensory vacuum, what you have is what becomes your essence. Okay, we're getting to the theoretics, though, that I can't really explain very well at this moment. Kind of running ragged. It's been a long week. Just trying to catch up with schoolwork and all that. Too much busy work, too much little stuff, too many little things. It's not difficult, it's just small. You know how it is, like whenever you have a pile of laundry that has to be folded, but you don't get to it because it's easy, quote unquote. Like, I could do that whenever, then it ends up not getting done, is what happens. Which I suppose that could filter into a lot of things. That may explain a lot of things. You prefer to be challenged. You want something to be difficult, then it's worth doing. But then the reality is, sometimes the easy things are worth doing. Let's see. Let's wrap this. Ah, welcome back. How long has this been going? Let's see. A decent amount of time. Wow, 3 hours. Last stream went on for around 4 hours. That's the record. I mean, at this rate, that may be the norm. Because I could do this all day. I could go on for like 6 hours maybe before I start getting a little run out. Which today I started off a little ragged to begin with, but I am duty bound. Not sure if... Yeah, they're good. What to say about to doubt myself, like, is it really worth having a really, really long stream? I say yes. I mean, but more is better. You can skip around, I mean, with the time scrubber. People don't have to, you don't have to watch the whole thing, honestly. Just knowing it's there is good. Would you play my game? Why, I certainly would. Yeah. If someone asked me to play their game, I certainly would. That's called, yeah, branching out, trying new things, being a good person. I wouldn't mind at all giving some good feedback. What's going on? Oh. I certainly would. Yeah, if someone asked me to play their game, I would oblige. No question asked, and with no hesitation. Aw, thank you very much. It'll get better. But yeah, but thank you very much. It'll get there. Someday you'll be able to run around this thing with your character. Right now it's just kind of its little model. It'll get better. Continue to improve. Ah, but thanks though. Yeah, I'd totally play your game. Honestly, and that's another reason I started school, is I wanted to interface more with other developers. Which I haven't really seen it yet, because if you're in school, you're actually not a developer yet. So, yeah, I really want to get into that sphere of indie devs. I'm telling the person that game making. Ah, cool. I mean, at least you can say you have a game. That's a good thing you can say. Even if you start small, you started. You are a game developer, by definition. Yeah, I'd play it. You got my interest. I wish you could share links. I don't know. This has been a long-standing problem I haven't had the time to really think about yet, is how to share links. Because in the chat, you can't share links. So I don't know how to contact... I mean, I'm on Instagram, and I'm on Reddit, and I'm on everywhere. So yeah. Yeah, definitely send that. I'd gladly play it. A small prototype. Oh yeah. Prototypes are really good for getting feedback. Oh. Oh, he's still doing that. Ah. What a gentleman. Alejandro. Indeed. Yeah. I know he showed it a long time ago. Has it been recently he's been showing it? Oh, what a gentleman. Yeah, I wish I could promote other people's work as well. I'm just so much of a recluse. My Instagram is Bu Blanky. Like It's kind of weird. It is, let me type it out. It is Blue Blanky, but with an I instead of an L right there. Indeed. Yes, Alejandro is a great artist. He's the guy I was talking about last stream. The guy that I was saying he makes, what do you call it? Sub-D. Subdivision surfaces. Far greater than I could ever do. He's quite the wizard when it comes to that. Indeed, indeed. I was watching his videos. He streams on Twitch. And I was like, what? How is he doing that? He's a wizard. Yeah, someday perhaps. That'll be fun to do. Yeah, he makes really realistic objects. Like, you can't even tell the difference sometimes. You show your work at the start. So probably you show your work. Oh yeah. Indeed. Cool. Fridays. You blanky. Ah, it's EY. It's, well, yeah, because I spelled it wrong in what do you call it? YouTube. Here's the funny thing. Let me type these out. So this first one is my YouTube, where it doesn't have an E right here. This one is Instagram, where it has an I right here. And this one is spelled actually correctly. This is my ArtStation. So they're all different. It's kind of dumb, honestly. Because the name wasn't available. And my Reddit username is even worse. It's just some random thing I made up. So I'm kind of hard to find sometimes. Yeah, I'll start, once I make a website, I'll probably be more cohesive in my usernames. Have it all in one spot, so I'm easily found. Get the brand going. Because I'm still kind of a recluse. Well, that'll be fun, though. Yeah, actually get combobulated and get organized. That'd be so fun. I already have my brand, what do you call it? Picture, my logo. I'll have that at the base camp when I go there. So people can remember me by the image if they can't find my username. So that'll be fun. Okay, this has to go... When it does stuff like this, you have to really finagle it. There we go. Link on your last post. Cool. Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, I'll give it a try. I'm not sure when, perhaps today, I'll see. It's been, yeah, quite the week. Let's see, what do I have tomorrow? Nothing. Let's see, what else are we missing? Get a piece right here. The Reddit username was... Nah, it's something dumb. I forgot the name of it. Fail phone, I think. Yeah, it's just a dumb name I made up at the spot, because... Yeah, just a random thing I made up. Was it a header? I have Bublanky in there on the Reddit profile. The Reddit profile stuff is spelled differently, though. Let's see. Yeah, my Reddit username is some random dumb thing. So let's see. This goes like this. Yeah, I think it's called fail phone or something. Let's see. Because I honestly wasn't expecting to use Reddit for very long. I was just gonna use a throwaway name. Then it turned out to be my actual, real thing where I post stuff. Oh well, things happen. Everyone has usernames they regret. And if it's any place that's going to be like that, it's going to be Reddit. Let's see. Go with this. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, we'll get there. I need to post more often. I only post things, just stream things lately because I'm just too busy to work on stuff. I don't focus on pictures a lot of times. Because once we get into the dynamics, it won't really involve pictures, nice looking things. Or renders. Yeah, that's the thing. Why I don't post Instagram a whole lot. It's a bit of a... Because the algorithm is based on how often you post. And that encourages people just to make the same thing over and over and over again. Which is not good. Because I always like to make something different. I'm always branching out, always trying new things. I haven't actually settled on one particular thing yet. Like, I'm not just the guy that makes models. So yeah, Instagram doesn't really fit my mantra, I suppose. But we'll get there though, because once everything starts to stabilize and I actually have a way of making things, then I'll probably start making things at a much faster rate that'll be very similar to each other. But not quite the same, I don't think. We'll see. Something like that. Yeah, but we'll get there. Yeah, like I said, my best work is yet to come. Whenever the beast is driving around and you're shooting at things, at kilometer-wide machines, then the sparks will be flying. Literally. That's when things will really be good. Yeah, right now they're just all concepts and theoreticals. We will get to that point. I have not reached my full potential yet. Not in the slightest, I don't think. We'll get there. Something like this, perhaps. Something like this, perhaps. Yeah, normally I have commentary and stuff like that, but yeah, I'm kind of fried. But let's see, what was I working on before? Oh, I remember now. Oh, here's something fun. So I have started using Blender because of my school. They want me to use Blender. I won't really be using it much for the prototype. I'll be using Sketchup for the prototype, but it's fun to learn Blender because I'm going to use its geometry script to make procedural machines. So, what days do I stream? I'm trying to do them every Friday. Same to Alejandro. I wanted to do it yesterday, but I was too busy. So it's either Friday or Saturday. Ideally, I don't know. I'll have to see. I'm not organized yet. But yeah, that's the idea. The goal. Once a week at least. Oh yeah. So I was using Blender. And here's what I made with Blender. I can find it. It's kind of funny. Here we go. We had to make a snowman for the class. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a snowman burying another snowman. So that's just some funny little thing. I want to really one-up stuff. Everyday stream? Yeah, let's do one every day. Let's do it. Every day. Wouldn't that be crazy? Yeah, you're not asking too much. We could do that easy. No. Oh my gosh. That would be difficult. So that was, I'm taking character rigging and animation. Like, we're going to make a character in Blender and rig it and for animation. Which might help because I specifically chose this class at this time because I'm going to be working on the movement system for the game. And it might benefit me to make the characters... I said I wouldn't use it, but I was thinking about it. Making the characters in Blender. Because they have smooth forms. Rather than hard-edged forms. So I chose this class to be at this particular time. Which you have to do it anyway, but I chose... This is a tier 3 class. Like, this is not meant for beginners. Like, they kind of expect you to halfway know what you're doing. So I skipped right to the tier 3 class. Because in anticipation. See if it'll help me. With animation. Because it's going to involve a lot of animating. I also chose, for this semester, I chose speech communication. Like how to communicate with other people. Because I have a problem with that. I needed to be sure I could speak in front of an audience at the Sketchup base camp. Which I think I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Because I can talk about Sketchup for far more than 1 hour. Because I'll have to speak for 1 hour. Yeah, I could go all day on SketchUp, just talking. So I'm confident I can do it. I just have to make the presentation, which I haven't really gotten into a whole lot yet. Uh-oh. So you speak like a villain of Dragon Ball Z. Yes! His power level is over 9,000! To go even further beyond! Kakarot! It's not even my final form! That's exactly how I will speak. This is not even my final form. I mean, honestly, kind of how I've been speaking this whole time here in the stream. When you put it that way, that's exactly how it'll be. Like a Dragon Ball Z character. To go even further beyond. Okay, this needs some work. Yeah, I mean, because they caught me at a weird time. Oh yeah. I used to watch Dragon Ball Z, like the original OG stuff. Way back in the day. Like, we used to come home from school, and that's immediately what we were glued to. See what's going on with Dragon Ball Z. I remember it. I remember those days. Good times. Indeed, indeed. The good stuff. Yep, on Cartoon Network, yeah. Good old days. Best enemy in the world. Oh yeah. Legit. Good stuff. Yeah, I remember it. What? They're making new ones. I was kind of watching my brother watch it. Very interesting. Let's see. Where are we going? So this should not be this color. Yeah, good stuff. Good times. Not even my final form. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't watched a whole lot of anime since, actually. To be honest. Couldn't get back into it. They need to make more like that, honestly. The good stuff. Let's see. This power over 9,000. Do the voice for your game? Nope. I mean, not personally. I'm going to have to get voice actors whenever I do the Kickstarter. Like, that's where a big chunk of the budget's going to go, is voice actors. Which I don't think they'll be speaking English. Kind of like nonsense speak, because these are not English characters. Yeah, kind of their own little language. I don't want to make up a language, because that's kind of superfluous, but yeah, just kind of babble speak. I think. I don't know. We'll have to see if it actually works. For the prototype, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I might try to do it myself. I doubt it. I may just lift or find resources online I'm not sure. I might do the sound effects, we'll see. Okay, hold on. Something ain't right here. These spires messing me up. Which, another can of worms is going to be the sound effects. This game will have a lot of sound effects. Like really big explosions. Like massive, destructive kind of things. And it'll also be very specific as well because the sci-fi element that you shoot as laser bolts and stuff like that have very specific sounds. Like in-universe sounds. Very specific. I'm going to have to, if I can't find it online, I'm going to have to find someone that knows how to do it. That's also where a big chunk of the budget's going to go. Because I'm going to need sounds for like massive destruction. Kilometer-wide machines being destroyed. Shells the size of cars hitting buildings. Collapsing structures. A lot of different sound effects. Very chaotic, very cathartic kind of stuff. And the, what do you call them, the laser bolts and stuff like that will sound very specific. Like, for example, if you take a roll of duct tape and you just unspool it, like have you ever got a roll of duct tape and just kind of like that? And also kind of like when you get a stick and you kind of run it over the top of the surface of some water, like if you're in a pool and you have a stick. Kind of that whooshing sound when you run the stick through the top of it. Stuff like that. I'm going to have to get someone to record that because I can't record that myself. Yeah, and the sound effects will be very specific. I haven't said that enough. And they'll be very good, I think. Just have to mix them correctly. Let's see what else. Sound effects, VFX. I have to get into VFX, the actual explosions and stuff. A lot of explosions. Which I'll use Niagara for that. That's Unreal Engine 5's system for creating particle effects is Niagara. That'll be cool to get into that. Because there'll be different spectral, like, different explosion types. And balancing them out and all that stuff. It'll be a lot of work, but it'll be really fun to do. Whenever I'm making all the little stuff. Also character customization and all that. Some people may find that tedious, but I find that very fun. Just seeing things on the screen is what I like to see. Hold on. Something ain't right. Let's see. What this needs is some flavor. We call him Pepper, because he spices up all our lives. Let's see. Yeah, that's some flavor right there. What we need is... making a game? I will be very soon. Like, I'm not actively developing it at this time, but in a few months I will be. And I can say now, it's going to be a magnificent game. Something never seen before on this planet. Well, I mean, hype it up like that, but... I mean, it will be pretty unique. Something different. Something different for this old, tired industry. Never seen before. That'll be fun. Yeah, I'll start making devlogs whenever I actually get into it proper. Starting is always the hardest part. Once we're in it to win it. Gotta break into it. And I don't like that. This, yeah, it's gonna happen very soon. This is the best time for it. Let's see. What are we missing? Ah. Yeah, very soon. It'll be an open world RPG. Or with light RPG elements. It won't be like very in-depth with the RPG. It'll have massive weapons, massive vehicles. It'll be kind of a base building game. You can build a base. But also at the same time, you don't have to build a base if you don't want to. It'll be very immersive. You'll be able to run around and do whatever the heck you want to. You have a lot of freedom in what you can do. The game will not railroad you into anything. Whatever you want to do is what you can do. Which I have to say it's not an everything game, but whatever's in the game, it will not bar you from doing. Actual freedom. Freedom of expression, customizable character, everything. Halo, Zelda, Metroid, combined into one, right? Well, let me think about that for a second. Halo, yes, definitely. I'll have Halo in it. Zelda, not a whole lot. Like the movement mechanics, not really. I wouldn't have a whole lot of Zelda. Metroid, I don't think I'll have a whole lot of Metroid because Metroid's kind of a Metroidvania kind of thing. It won't be. I mean, it'll be futuristic, and you'll be able to shoot stuff. I mean, that's perhaps as far as it goes with that. Mario, it'll be nothing like Mario at all. No Mario here. Call of Duty, kind of. You'll be able to go first person and you'll be able to shoot stuff. So there is a first person shooter aspect to it. Okay, this piece right here I don't like. And so yeah, Call of Duty, a little bit of that. Pokemon. It will actually be kind of like that as well, because the creatures that you find, you don't have to kill them. You don't have to kill the creatures. I mean the mechanimals. Let's see. Like these right here. As soon as it loads. Load for me. Like all these creatures. You don't have to shoot them. You don't have to be their enemies. You can join them, and you can also tame them as well. Like if they wander up to your base, you can start feeding them, and you can start learning more about what they do and stuff. And they don't have to be the bad guys. Like they're the bad guys because they come up and they eat your stuff. But if you start feeding them, they won't actually have a reason to eat them. But then the problem becomes that they're suddenly dependent on you. And that's where the gameplay filters in. You have to figure out how to appease these creatures now. You own them. They're your pets now. Gotta feed them. So there's different paths you can take. You don't have to be, like, aggressive or violent. You're free to do as you please. So we'll have some Pokemon aspects. Gotta catch them all. Ew. We're missing a lot of color here is what we're missing. I mean, this looks dull by comparison. Let's see. Let's see. We need more color. More vibrancy. I know what we can do. Da-da-da. Go. So yeah, you can tame your creatures. It'll be fun. You don't have to be your enemies. Something like that. Let's see, what else? But another thing is, though, that'll have its own host of challenges. The idea is it'll scale with challenge as time goes on. The more you feed them, the more they want to be your friend. And the more they want to be your friend, the more you have to feed them. And they get really, really, really big. Like, bigger than you can really feasibly feed. Like Godzilla-sized, kind of. So that's where the challenge will manifest. Like, how are you going to feed a Godzilla? How much do you think that would eat per day, I wonder? If we get sculpt, I can help sculpt modeling, texturing, and Blender. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'll think about it. I have to figure out what has to happen, like, modeling-wise first, before I can start delegating. But yeah, thanks for the offer. Indeed, I will keep that in mind. I'm trying out Blender as well. Speaking of which, I also made, let's see, this render for school. This is one of my first Blender renders. We had to make cereal boxes. And instead of finding random cereal boxes, I chose the funniest ones I could find. Just to make some lulz. Gotta get that lulz in there. Because the rest of the ones that everyone else submitted were really dry. Like Rice Krispies and whatever. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna get some random ones. Just for fun. Alejandro's way of using SketchUp. How does Alejandro do it? Like sub D? He does some very realistic. He makes very realistic things. Very commendable. Very skilled. Yeah, a good style to replicate. Yeah, I was at his models, I was like, how does he do it? I'd eat them cereals, crack for breakfast. Yeah, silly stuff. I want to, I mean, if I can't one-up things, I might as well make it so it's interesting. Keep it flavored. Keep things nice. Keep it real. Spark that creativity again. How can we put more color in this? There has to be more color. So... Let me think. Yeah, that's the problem sometimes whenever you make models. It's like, they don't have a lot of color. I meant this would look good rendered, but as is, kind of dull and flavorless, kind of like Rice Krispies. This is a good base, though. breakfast table pancakes. Ooh, delicious. Fine dining. Yeah, those are good models. Actually, Alejandro does that too. Like, he'll make, what do you call it, pastries and stuff like that. Like food and things. Yeah, those are good modeling subjects. A lot of complexity you can get into those. Indeed. Let's see. How can we make this more vibrant? Very difficult question. I think what we could do is we could... Oh, we have to fix this first, though. Oh yeah, robot. Robots are always fun. Yeah. Be sure to have fun. Yes, very good. Glad to be an influence. Make a wonderful robot. Yeah, robots are fun. I mean, honestly, I was thinking about doing a robot for this stream, but I was like, well, I always do robots. I've done so many robots that I might do something different. I may do a robot next stream, just to keep it going. Yeah, because robots, this, robots, that. Actually, that's what I was experimenting with over here. Which they're colored because I was experimenting with edge styles. Let's see if I can get it back. Like this, kind of. Then you go here and make it by material. So you get this kind of funny little edge colors. I was experimenting with this, thinking about making a robot. Like this would be its shoulders. And this would be maybe its arm or something like that. And this would be just its mechanics, maybe. I was like, but I was actually ready to pull the trigger. I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a robot for this string. Like, robot, robot, robot. But then I was thinking like, oh, but I already made a robot. I already made the freaking, what do you call it? I always lose it. This one, this robot. I already made this robot. It would just be redundant to keep making robots all the time. But then I was thinking about it like, well, I have so many robots to make, though. This is one subset of all the robots I need to make. There's... what do you call them? Endoskeletal ones, there's crystalline ones, there's mechanical ones, there's spectral ones. These are all different robots that'll be inside the game. This is one, just one type. One color. There's potentially going to be dozens, like 60 or 70 different types of robots I'll have to make. And that's just types. That's not even considering individual robots. So, I mean, honestly, just keep making robots all the time. Because I have a lot of robots to make. So, let's see. Which, I don't have anything against robots, really. I make them all the time. They say the people that make one particular thing all the time means that they get good at that one particular thing. I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times more than a guy that has practiced 10,000 kicks once. 10,000 different kinds of kicks once. There's that quote. So we will get good at it. Indeed. Yeah, Alejandro does the sub D stuff. Far better than I could. We'll keep learning. Texturing is Substance Painter. Aha! Indeed, you remember. Yeah, texturing is Substance Painter. Let me see if I find one. Da-da-da-da. That is Substance Painter for you. All that texturing. All those details and things. Which you have to export in a certain way to get the UV coordinates. This one's kind of rough too because it was made really, really fast. So it's going to be very difficult trying to texture a lot of these things. Like the beast and all the mechs and stuff. Very difficult. So we'll just have to see. Extremely difficult. Let's see what we're going to do here. There we go. Something like that. Something like this. But yeah, it's going to be very... Yeah, we'll have to see. A lot of these mechs are really complex. Making the UV coordinates for them will be very tedious. I'm hoping I can nail down a system to really streamline it. Very difficult. But we will slug through it now that it's going to be... What do you call it? A profession. Very serious. Take it very seriously. Really slog through those really big things. Make it so I can actually be proud of it and say it's my best work. Where I put in a lot more effort than I am now. And that'll be good. Finally making things as I should. Not little things, not simple things, not things that take a few days to make. How about a few months, few weeks? That'll be very, very good. Something nice. Let's see. Okay, that's a bit too on the nose. Let's fix this. Yeah, it's too on the nose. There we go, something like that. And another thing is, here's where this is manifesting. You might think this looks kind of like a face, like this whole building right here. This may look like, because humans like to see faces and things. The reason it looks like that is because it kind of is. Because the machines that generate themselves automatically, they all kind of follow the same patterns. Like, for example, Let me see. I'll just drag the picture in here. Like how the beast has kind of a face like that. The reason it's in-universe reason is because it grew like that. They didn't actually make it like that. It grew like that. This is actually a repurposed machine that grows by itself. Almost an antagonist. But they repurposed it, so whenever they grow their technology, they end up with things like that. For example, let me have another example laying around. Apologize if the music is too loud. Where's my example? Ah, here we go. Like, that's just the technology. Like, faces will kind of happen in there. Like, if you've seen artificial intelligence, the images they generate, how it's very uncanny, where things kind of represent other things. That's also what happens in proceduralism. I mean, it uses the exact same paradigms as artificial intelligence, or generation by artificial intelligence. So that's how it facilitates itself into the art style. Which this one's a little too on the nose. We'll get rid of some of this. I don't want it to be too obvious. I think we'll get rid of all this right here. You have to watch out for things sometimes. Okay, we're getting caught up on the semantics now. That probably means that the seed has run its course. Which means we have to rein it back in. Yeah, not convinced. Alright, let's see where we're at. Wow. Okay, the stream's been going on for a long time. Hold up. So, let's wrap it up. Oh yeah. Hold up. I'm trying to get my windows correct here. My windows got messed up. I apologize. There we go, I fixed it. Copper catch stream next Friday. Yeah. Yeah, I hope the power doesn't get knocked out for you. That'd be really, yeah, not good. Yeah. Wish the best. You be careful now. Be sure to keep everything watertight. No nonsense. Alrighty, so let's see. I mean, honestly, yeah, I wasn't, what do you call it? Combobulated today. I didn't have enough time to plan out the stream. But I'll get that better. Be more targeted. Okay, targeted. Get the language correct. Because I just keep going, then you lose track of time. It becomes a little too much. I mean, I wish I had more color. It's missing that greenery that I was hoping for. Like, okay, actually, maybe we can still get some green in there. Because the game will have greenery. Like, there aren't really a lot of trees or anything like that. No natural vegetation. But there will be, like, grass and stuff. Or the equivalent. Mostly the moss. Because there will be some greenery in there. So you have that option to decorate your house with it. And you'll be able to decorate your house and all sorts of cool stuff. That'll be a lot of fun, actually, prototyping that. Really getting people going with it. Like this. Yeah, and I apologize if the stream went on for too long. I don't want to keep you here all day. I mean, you've been here for a while, actually. That's dedication right there. Yeah, I think Martin Man was the one who would stay for a long, long time in the stream. You guys are great. Thanks for being around. The MVPs. Yeah, whenever things get big, yeah, I'll drop you a shout and say these guys were here at the beginning. Yeah, here before it got exploded. Early supporters. Indeed. I just had to get it big, though. That is a obligation. Not going to be easy. I say it's straightforward, but it's not easy. Not in the slightest. Cool. Gummies? I need gummies. Darn it. I need the good stuff. I need to get stuff. I just have, yeah, trash. Nothing good. Just me and the Monster Energy drink. It's always that monster. Yeah, I remember I picked up some of it from the store and someone looked me dead in the eye and said, "You know those aren't good for you." Yes, I do actually. Thank you. Let's see. And I was like, well, you can mind your own darn business. Well, yeah. I mean, I only drink like one a week. Like, they last a long time for me, so I'm not too concerned about it. It's either that or coffee. I mean, people drink coffee all the time. What's going on with my tool here? It crashed. It actually crashed. Nice. I guess managing too much geometry. I save very often though, so we're good. I guess don't do that. Let's see, we're almost there. We're almost done. We're so close to being done. Let's see. What happens to happen here is... Yeah, I save after before I use any single tool. Because you just don't know what's going to happen with plugins all the time. Oh. Interesting. I guess it depends on what tool you're using. Yeah, Sketchup rarely doesn't crash for me very often, but yeah, I can kind of predict when it's going to do it. It's when you're doing something crazy, kind of. I wonder. Perhaps you're doing crazy stuff. And Sketchup is like, ah, and then he dies. Yeah, Blender was crashing a lot for me when I was using it, for some reason. Which is kind of iffy. I mean, it's not a good first impression. But, who knows? Leave that alone. I mean, we got the color in there. That's what matters. It's missing a lot of details, but I guess that's fine. We can deal with that. I think this should be like this. Let's see, these. Almost there. We're very close. Yeah, a lot of these constructs over here that look like they're constructed, they're actually natural. They're part of the landscape, kind of. Stuff like this will be kind of the aesthetic of the game. Okay, we need one more thing. I think then we'll be basically done. Just one more thing. Just one more hit. I swear I can handle it. This shall be the cherry on top. Then we can call it where it is. We need a bridge. A magnificent bridge. perhaps even 2 bridges, because we like bridges. Simple is as simple does. Something like that. Almost there. Looks good to me. Good enough. We could go all day. Waiting for sewer pipes that lead water out of the buildings. Oh! Ah, that's... You've been waiting this whole time, just waiting for that moment. He's like, do the sewer pipes, do the sewer pipes! When's he gonna do the sewer pipes? That's what's on everyone's minds. Alrighty, we shall do those sewer pipes, I guess. Let's see, where would they go? They would probably go... Let's see. Give them! Give! We gotta get those sewer pipes. It's important. Without the sewer pipes, we are dead. We can't function without the sewer pipes. Let's see what's going to happen here. Actually, I think we just delete all this. No, actually, we'll keep it. It's important. Sewer pipes are important. Yes, without them, no Ninja Turtles. And what world would we want with no Ninja Turtles? Without Ninja Turtles, we are lost. We need it. It's a need. It's not a want, it's a need. Let's get those sewer pipes. One magnificent sewer pipe. Something like that, perhaps. Very important. Wow. You are a Ninja Turtle. The cool kid on the block. Everyone else is just jealous. Save some coolness for the rest of us. Raphael. Noise. Yeah. Raphael. I think... Wait, hold on. Yeah, they named him after ancient painters. You could be I wonder, I forgot what Raphael is known for. I think he was a painter. Play baseball. Oh, cool. Wow, that's poetic. Raphael playing with the Ninja Turtles. Very poetic. I want to bevel this edge as well. I think we'll do that right now. Second, when we score, we dance the same. Nice. Wow. Very poetic. You were Raphael, living embodiment. Cool. It's interesting how things line up like that sometimes. Very wonderful. Very fun. Yeah, universe likes to do stuff like that. Very cool. Yeah, I'm taking my time with this pipe. We'll get it. We have to make it right. We have to make the right pipe. We must make it a good pipe. It must be a special pipe that the Ninja Turtles can come out of. Okay, good enough, good enough. It's very important. And perhaps some water as well. Oh, it's going right into the thing. Oh, wow. Got a whole family of Raphaels. Cool. Awesome. It's all in the family. Cool beans. Raphael Jr., Raphael Sr. Okay, these... Very interested indeed. These are filtering off into just something that can't exist. Raphaels. Got the whole family's Raphael. Very good. Okay, real quick, we're gonna add some water to these. Just a little bit of something. Good. The Ninja Turtles. There we go. Something like that. We'll get there. For the Ninja Turtles. We gotta do it for the Ninja Turtles. Looks good to me. That shall be our cherry on top. Very good indeed. Always save before using a plugin. Okay, I want to use joint push-pull, but I want to thicken the surface. Something like that. And castles were replaced on servers to purify water. Really? Interesting. I thought they were just there for decoration. I didn't know that. How did they... Oh. You mean like actually? Or like just like spiritually kind of way? I can't imagine they would filter it. That'd be really cool though if they did. Gargoyles. We need gargoyles. Okay, here's a special use case. Select this. Yes. Spiritually. Ah, yes. I thought... Weren't they meant to, like, scare away things? Like evil spirits, kinda? Now you got me all wondering. What do gargoyles do? Like, what are their... Why do they have them? I'm gonna look that up, actually. That and also the game we're talking about. Got my research made out for me. Alrighty, let's see, we're almost there. We need a dark color. These things. Just about there. Indeed. Yes, Journey is the game. I shall look that up. And also your game as well. Get a good look at it. Let's see. I believe that's about where we can call it. It's nothing's ever finished. It's just stopped. Okay, I don't like this right here. Something, something, something. Good enough. Good enough. We'll leave it where it lies. Oh, I have to fix that. It's important. Anyway. Well, we got our futuristic thing. Not bad. Not great, not bad, not terrible. As per usual. Could be better, could be worse. Not good, not bad, just fine. But yeah, we got the thing. I suppose let's pretty it up just a little bit. Get the shadows on there. Make this render worthy. Get rid of the axes. Maybe blend these a little bit. I believe that's it. I always keep finding little micro mistakes. Good enough. Indeed, we got the pipes. If we didn't get the pipes, it wouldn't have been finished. Now we got the pipes. Now we're good. I think they actually add to it. So yeah, good idea. Very good indeed. I think what we could do, make these spires a different color. Let's try you. Nah. There you go. Something along those lines. Might as well make these as well. Oops. Ah, yes, we got the pipes, we got the bridge, we got the thing, we got the 3 barrels of gunpowder. This guy speaks Hutu. Hold on. We've got our thing. Kind of like a diorama almost. Turn on our profiles. I think what we could do is get rid of this right here. There as well. Yep, we got our whole kit and caboodle. Out with the kitchen sink. There we go. There we go. It's kind of fun just clicking around and isolating things. You can see all little pieces and stuff. Which actually, if I'm going to get technical again, this is what I imagine whenever I do stuff. You think modularly. You imagine pieces at a time. You imagine this. You imagine that. Kind of like in Ratatouille when the little flavors start flying around. Just little pieces. Not imagining the whole thing. Just the pieces. Anyway. Guys, do I want perspective or do we want... Let's make it just like 15. Something like that maybe. Okay, this has got to fix. Make me zoom in on it, I'm gonna fix it. There. This has to be smooth. That ugly lump. Doesn't blend very well. We're not gonna mess with it though, because we are focused on this. Anyway, be that. Oh, come on. It's important. It's important. And now we're good. My grandfather and I, we're all Vidal. Oh, we got a family of Vidals. Cool. Awesome. Interesting. I bet everyone gets confused when you say their name and everyone stands up. Vidal Raphael. We got a lot of juxtaposition here. Small world. A lot of Vidals and a lot of Raphaels. Rolls off the tongue. Vidal Raphael. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. This one is Vidal. Wow. It is a small world. Cool. Raymond, way down. Wow. Ah, they have a prolific progeny. Ah, interesting. Let's see. Cool. Wow. Small world indeed. Well, I'm glad you're both here. Yeah. And I sure hope you stay safe with the hurricane coming in. Will electricity cables make city look cheap? I don't think it would. Well, it depends on the city, like the aesthetic you're going for. Like, these ones don't use electricity, so they wouldn't have electricity power poles or anything like that. Not sure on aesthetic. It depends. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sometimes power poles make it look cheap, sometimes not. Ah, number 13. Indeed. Anyway, I believe that's our result. We shall call it there. Anyway, yeah, let's see how long the stream's been going. Wow, 4 hours. Long stream. Yeah. Let's change some edge styles, maybe. Oh, wow. It's pretty cool. Yeah, good enough. I believe. It's always fun to mess around with the styles whenever something's finished. Perhaps. Nah. We'll mess with it. Ooh. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Some look better than others. As is the case with everything. As soon as I find something that looks nice, I'll call it. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Eh. I mean, that one's always good. That's one of my favorites right there. I don't think it works for this one, though. That one's cute. Yeah, we'll just go with the default for now. View axes, view profiles. Anyway, that be that. Let's see. Yep, I hope you enjoyed. I shall call it here. So thank you for being here, and I'll probably start streaming, let's see, probably next Friday. I'll try to actually make it on Friday. I usually broadcast it a few hours ahead of time. But yeah, anyway, hope you enjoyed. And see y'all later. Take it easy. Stay safe.